Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The earth trembled beneath the crystal mountains as Pyroth, the last of the great dragons, broke free from his millennial slumber. His wings, vast as storm clouds, cast moving shadows across the ancient peaks as he stretched them for the first time in 1,000 years. The sound of his awakening echoed across the realm like distant thunder, and in his tower far to the south, Gandalf opened his eyes with grave concern. The old wizard had felt it coming, the stirring in the ancient wards, the whispers in the wind that spoke of awakening power. Now, as frost began to creep across his window on what should have been a summer morning, he knew his worst fears had been realized. The Council of Mages' arrogance had finally done what he had warned against for centuries. Their reckless use of winter magic had triggered the ancient curse. Gandalf's gnarled fingers closed around the phoenix feather, a gift from ages past that still burned warm against the encroaching cold. There was only one way to prevent the eternal winter that threatened to engulf the realm, but it would require finding something he had hidden away centuries ago: the dragon's staff. As he prepared for his journey, a familiar figure materialized from the shadows of his study. Selene, the immortal elf who had witnessed the first pact between dragons and wizards, stood before him, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. "You feel it too, old friend? The breaking of the seals? The council has gone too far," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with centuries of wisdom and worry. "Their attempts to control the weather have awakened forces they don't understand. We must reach Pyroth before the freezing curse takes hold completely." Together, they set out across lands already beginning to succumb to unseasonable frost. Villages they passed through were covered in sheets of ice, their inhabitants huddling around dying fires. The council's weather manipulation magic had disturbed an ancient balance, triggering a curse laid down in the time of the first dragons, a curse meant to punish those who would try to control nature itself. Their journey took them to the Caverns of Memory, where Gandalf had hidden the dragon's staff centuries ago. The caverns were a maze of crystalline passages that reflected not just light, but memories themselves. As they ventured deeper, the walls showed glimpses of the past: the first pact between dragons and wizards, the great battles they had fought together, and finally, the day Gandalf had helped Pyroth enter his long sleep to prevent a war that would have torn the realm apart. "You never told anyone why Pyroth really chose to sleep," Selene said softly as they watched the memories play out around them. "They all believed he was simply tired of the world of men." Gandalf's fingers traced the ancient runes carved into the cavern walls. "The truth would have destroyed the peace we had worked so hard to build." The council was young then, hungry for power. If they had known about the curse, they would have tried to use it to their advantage in the heart of the caverns. They found the dragon's staff, a rod of ancient wood, wrapped with scales freely given by each of the great dragons of old. But they weren't alone. The council had sent their own agents, led by the ambitious Archmage Frost, who had followed them unseen. The battle that erupted sent sheets of ice and bursts of flame ricocheting off the crystal walls. Selene's elvish magic sang through the air as she held off the council's agents, while Gandalf confronted Frost directly. The Archmage's winter magic was powerful, but it was nothing compared to the ancient wisdom Gandalf wielded. "You fool," Gandalf thundered as their powers clashed. "Your pursuit of control over nature is exactly what the curse was meant to prevent." The dragons knew that such power would corrupt absolutely. With a final burst of power from the phoenix feather, Gandalf ended the battle, leaving Frost and his agents unconscious but alive. "They'll have to face the consequences of their actions," he said grimly. "But first, we must reach Pyroth." The great dragon had made his lair at the peak of the highest mountain, where the air was thin and the stars seemed close enough to touch. As Gandalf and Selene approached, Pyroth's golden eyes fixed upon them with ancient intelligence. His scales gleamed like burnished copper in the starlight, and when he spoke, his voice was like rolling thunder. "Time has not changed you, old friend," the dragon rumbled. "Though I sense you carry a heavy burden," Gandalf stepped forward, holding up the dragon's staff. "The curse has been awakened, Pyroth. The Council's magic has disturbed the balance we fought so hard to maintain." The great dragon's laugh shook snow from the nearby peaks. "Oh, the arrogance of young mages. Always believing they can improve upon nature's design." His expression grew serious. "But you know what must be done to break the curse. The question is, are you prepared for the cost?" The ritual that followed was one of the most powerful magical workings the realm had seen in a millennium. Gandalf used the dragon's staff to channel Pyroth's ancient fire magic, while Selene's elvish songs helped weave the spells together. As the magic reached its peak, Gandalf revealed the final price to break the curse. Someone would have to take on the role of eternal guardian, bound to the realm's weather magic forever. Before Gandalf could volunteer, Pyroth interrupted. "No, old friend. You have carried enough burdens. This task belongs to me. It was my kind who created the curse. It is fitting that I should be the one to maintain the balance." The dragon's sacrifice transformed him. His physical form dissolved into pure magical energy, merging with the very essence of the realm's weather. The freezing curse was broken, replaced by natural cycles of weather maintained by Pyroth's eternal vigilance. As warmth returned to the land, Gandalf and Selene stood atop the mountain peak, watching the sunrise paint the sky in colors of hope. The dragon's staff had become a simple piece of wood, its power spent in the ritual. "What will you tell the council?" Selene asked. Gandalf smiled sadly. "The truth, or at least part of it, that the last of the great dragons gave himself to save us from our own folly. Perhaps now they will understand the importance of working with nature, not against it." In the years that followed, those who looked closely could sometimes see a dragon's shape in the storm clouds, or hear an ancient voice in the thunder. Pyroth had become one with the sky itself, a guardian ensuring that the natural balance would never again be disturbed by mortal ambition. And on his regular visits to the Crystal Mountains, Gandalf would stand at the peak where Pyroth had made his choice, and remember the dragon who had taught him that true power lies not in control, but in harmony with the natural world. The dragon's staff he kept as a reminder, not of power lost, but of wisdom gained, a lesson he hoped future generations of mages would finally be ready to learn. Story 2, The Crystal of Elendar, pulsed with an unsettling darkness at the heart of the ancient sanctum. Gandalf stood before it, his weathered hand hovering over its once pristine surface, feeling the corruption that had begun to seep into its core. For millennia, this crystal had been the keystone of peace in the realm, its pure light a beacon that had kept the darkness at bay. Now, shadows swirled within its depths like ink in clear water. The old wizard's reflection fractured across the crystal's faceted surface, each image showing a different aspect of his concern. He had hoped never to see this day, but the signs were unmistakable. The prophecy of the crystal's darkening was beginning to unfold. A whisper of movement caught his attention, and he turned to find Thorn emerging from the shadows. The exiled prince wore simple leather armor now, a far cry from the royal regalia he had once worn before his supposed betrayal. His hand rested casually on his sword hilt, but his eyes were fixed on the crystal with an intensity that spoke of recognition. "So," Thorn said quietly, "you feel it too." The darkness growing within, Gandalf nodded gravely. "The corruption spreads faster than I anticipated. The wards I placed centuries ago are failing." He turned to face the younger man fully. "You understand now why I sent for you? Why I needed the one person who had witnessed the crystal's power firsthand." Thorn's hand unconsciously moved to the scar that ran along his jaw, a reminder of the day he had discovered the truth about the crystal and the price he had paid for that knowledge. "The council branded me a traitor for trying to warn them. They claimed I sought to destroy the crystal, not protect it from those who would corrupt it. The council sees what it wishes to see," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with ancient wisdom. "But now we have no choice. We must find the fragments of the Crown of Light before the darkness consumes the crystal entirely." Their journey took them deep into the Shadowlands, where reality itself seemed to waver like heat over desert sand. Here, in this realm of perpetual twilight, the first kings had hidden the fragments of the Crown of Light, the only artifact powerful enough to cleanse the crystal of Elendar. As they traveled, Gandalf revealed the true history that had been hidden for centuries. The crystal had not been created as a source of power, but as a prison. Within it was bound an ancient entity of shadow, trapped by the first wizards in an age-long past. The crystal's light had been its chains, but now those chains were weakening. But why now? Thorn asked as they made camp one night, the strange stars of the Shadowlands wheeling overhead. "What's changed?" Gandalf's eyes reflected the otherworldly starlight. "Because someone on the council has been feeding it, deliberately weakening its bonds. Someone who believes they can control its power once it's released. Their path was fraught with dangers. Shadow wraiths, drawn to the growing darkness in the realm, haunted their steps. Ancient traps, set by the first kings to protect the crown fragments, tested their wisdom and courage. But the greatest challenges came from the council's own agents, who had been sent to stop them at any cost. In the ruins of an ancient temple, they found the first fragment, its light still undimmed after centuries. In a cave beneath a mountain of black glass, they recovered the second. But it was in the Tower of Dawn, where the final piece lay, that they faced their greatest test. High Counselor Morith himself waited for them there, his robes darkened with shadow magic. "Did you think we wouldn't discover your plan?" He sneered. "The crystal's power belongs to the council. We will reshape the realm with its strength." The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the tower. Morith's corrupted magic clashed with Gandalf's ancient power, while Thorn's sword, enhanced by the crown fragments they had already collected, sang through the air with lethal precision. In the end, it was Thorn's insight that won the day. He recognized the pattern of the High Counselor's attacks, the same dark magic that had been used to frame him years ago. As Morith prepared a killing blow, Thorn caught the spell on his blade and reflected it back, revealing the shadow entity's corruption that had already taken root in the High Counselor's heart. With all three fragments of the Crown of Light finally united, they raced back to the Crystal Sanctum. The darkness within the Crystal of Elendar had grown during their absence, its corruption now visible to all. The very air around it rippled with malevolent energy. The crown must be made whole again, Gandalf explained, laying out the fragments before the crystal. But to forge it anew requires a sacrifice a willing vessel to channel its power, before he could continue, Thorn stepped forward. "It should be me. I was branded a traitor for trying to protect the realm. Let me prove my true loyalty." The ritual was both beautiful and terrible to behold. As Thorn held the crown fragments, Gandalf wove spells of ancient power, binding the pieces together with magic older than the realm itself. Light poured from Thorn's very being as the crown reformed around his brow, burning away the shadows of his exile and revealing the truth of his noble heart. With the crown of light restored, they faced the corrupted crystal together. Thorn's crown blazed with pure radiance, while Gandalf channeled his power through his staff. Slowly, painfully, they drew the darkness from the crystal, forcing the shadow entity back into its prison. When it was done, the crystal of Elendar shone with a pure light that hadn't been seen in generations. Thorn, forever changed by his communion with the Crown of Light, became its guardian, his former exile transformed into a sacred duty. The council, humbled by the revelation of corruption in their midst, began the long process of reform. Gandalf often visited the Crystal Sanctum in the years that followed, watching as Thorn taught a new generation of guardians the true meaning of loyalty and sacrifice. The Crystal of Elendar had been saved, not by power or authority, but by the courage of one who had been wrongly branded a traitor, and the wisdom to see truth beyond appearances. The old wizard would stand before the crystal, its pure light now restored, and remember the prophecy that had started it all. Sometimes the greatest acts of loyalty, he reflected, come not from those who blindly follow, but from those who dare to question, to seek truth, and to sacrifice everything in service of what is right. Story 3. The floating city of Celesta hung in the twilight sky like a dream made manifest, its crystal spires catching the last rays of the setting sun. But Gandalf could see what others could not. The mystical anchors that had kept the city aloft for centuries were failing, their light flickering like dying stars. The urgent message from Aurora, his former apprentice and now Archmage of Celesta, had drawn him from his wanderings. As his enchanted griffin carried him through the clouds towards the celestial metropolis, he could feel the ancient magic wavering, like a song slowly fading into silence. Aurora waited for him at the apex tower, her silver robes billowing in the high-altitude winds. Time had etched wisdom into her face, but her eyes still held the same fierce determination he remembered from her apprentice days. "The portals are failing," she said without preamble. 3 collapsed yesterday. "We lost an entire district to the void." Gandalf followed her through crystalline corridors where mages hurried past, their faces tight with worry. "Show me," he commanded softly. In the portal nexus chamber, a vast spherical room at the heart of Celesta, hundreds of magical gateways pulsed with ethereal light. But where there should have been perfect harmony, discord reigned. Several portals had gone dark, while others flickered erratically. "The binding spells are unraveling," Aurora explained, her hand tracing patterns in the air as she monitored the magical energies. "We've tried everything in the ancient texts, but nothing works. You helped create these portals, Gandalf. You must know how to save them." The old wizard closed his eyes, feeling the familiar resonance of magic he had woven centuries ago. "The truth is not in the texts, Aurora." "It never was." He opened his eyes, heavy with the weight of long-buried secrets. "To understand what's happening, we must seek out Razil." Aurora's face paled at the name. "The necromancer. But you banished him yourself. He's forbidden to approach within 1,000 leagues of Celesta, because he knew the truth," Gandalf replied grimly. "About what we really did to keep Celesta in the sky, their journey took them to the Edge Lands, where reality itself grew thin. Razil's tower rose from a cliff of black glass, its architecture an impossible fusion of beauty and nightmare. As they approached, shadows seemed to writhe along its walls. The door opened at their approach, revealing Razil himself. The former apprentice of Gandalf had changed in his exile. His skin was pale as moonlight, his eyes deep pools of ancient knowledge. But when he smiled, there was still a trace of the eager young scholar Gandalf had once known. "I wondered when you would come," Razil said softly. When the weight of your lies finally grew too heavy to bear, his gaze shifted to Aurora. "Have you told her yet, old friend? About the true price of Celesta's glory?" In Razil's study, surrounded by forbidden tomes and artifacts of dark power, the truth finally emerged. Celesta hadn't been raised into the sky by pure magic alone. The ritual had required anchors' souls of immense power, willingly given. The city's founders had sacrificed themselves, their essence bound eternally to the portal network. But souls are not meant to be bound forever, Razil explained, his voice heavy with old sorrow. Even in death, they yearn for release. That's why I turned to necromancy, trying to find a way to ease their suffering without dooming the city. Aurora's face was a mask of horror and betrayal. All these years, the voices in the portals, those were the founders Gandalf confirmed, their final gift to their people. And now, after centuries of holding Celesta aloft, they're finally failing, but Razil had not spent his exile idly. He had discovered a way to transfer the anchor points to willing new vessels, living mages who would take up the burden. The ritual would be dangerous, and those who volunteered would be bound to Celesta for eternity, but it would save the city. As they prepared the ritual, armies of hostile forces gathered below, sensing Celesta's weakness. The sky pirates of the Storm Realm circled like vultures, while ground-bound kingdoms prepared their flying machines of war. Time was running out. In the end, it came down to a choice. Aurora, understanding at last the full weight of her position as Archmage, volunteered to be the first anchor. Other mages from her council, inspired by her courage, stepped forward as well. But they needed someone of immense magical power to complete the circle. Razil moved to volunteer, but Gandalf stopped him with a raised hand. "No, old friend. You've carried enough burdens. This one is mine to bear." He turned to his former apprentice. "Your punishment was unjust. You saw the truth I was too afraid to face. Now, help me make it right." The ritual was like nothing Aurora had ever experienced. As Gandalf and Razil wove the ancient magic, she felt her consciousness expanding, becoming one with Celesta itself. She could feel the gratitude of the original founders as their spirits were finally released, ascending to their long-delayed rest. In their place, she and her fellow volunteers became the new heartbeat of the city, their combined power reinforcing the portals and strengthening the magical foundations. Gandalf's physical form remained, but now he too was eternally bound to Celesta, his power joining with Aurora's to keep the city aloft. The hostile armies below withdrew, sensing the renewal of power above. And Razil, his name cleared at last, took his place on the Mage Council, his knowledge of both light and dark magic providing new insights into the city's operation. As dawn broke over Celesta the next day, its light seemed different, somehow clearer, more radiant. The portals hummed with renewed strength, their light steady and true. Walking through the streets, Aurora could feel the pulse of the city in a way she never had before, could sense Gandalf's presence in every spell and enchantment. The city had changed, and so had they. The truth, though painful, had set them free. And high above the world, Celesta continued to float, no longer burdened by ancient secrets, but sustained by willing sacrifice and open hearts. In his chamber at the top of the apex tower, Gandalf stood at the window, his consciousness now split between his physical form and his expanded awareness of the city. He watched the first rays of sunrise paint the clouds in shades of gold and pink, and for the first time in centuries, felt at peace. Some burdens, he had learned, become lighter when shared, and some sacrifices are not endings but beginnings. Below him, Celesta sprawled out like a jeweled web, its spires reaching toward the heavens, its portals glowing with renewed purpose. The city would endure, not through deception and unwilling sacrifice, but through the willing dedication of those who loved it enough to become one with its very essence. And in that truth lay a magic more powerful than any ritual or spell, the magic of choices freely made and burdens willingly shouldered. Story 4. Ancient dust stirred in the depths of the great temple's library as Gandalf's fingers traced the weathered spines of forgotten tomes. The wizard's eyes, bright beneath his bushy brows, narrowed as they caught a familiar symbol etched in gold upon a crumbling leather binding. His worst fears were confirmed. The signs were unmistakable. The sword of the lost kings had begun to awaken. Moonlight filtered through the temple's towering stained glass windows, casting rainbow shadows across the scrolls and manuscripts that surrounded him. For centuries, he had guarded this secret, carefully weaving a web of myths and legends to obscure the terrible truth about the weapon and its connection to the Stone Guardians. Now, the Shadow Order's agents were close to discovering what he had hidden so carefully. A soft footfall behind him made him turn, his staff raised defensively before he recognized the familiar figure emerging from the shadows. Maya stood there, her warrior's armor gleaming dully in the moonlight, her hand resting casually on the hilt of her sword. The last descendant of the ancient royal bloodline, though she knew nothing of her true heritage. "The temple's outer wards have been breached," she reported, her voice tight with tension. "The Shadow Order moves faster than we anticipated." Gandalf nodded grimly, pulling an ancient scroll from its resting place. "Then we have no choice. We must reach the sword before they do." He unrolled the parchment, revealing a map marked with script that seemed to shift and change in the dim light. "The blade lies in the Vault of Dawn, beneath the ancient city of Luminara." Together, they hurried through the temple's winding corridors, their footsteps echoing off stone walls that had stood for millennia. As they moved, Gandalf revealed the truth he had carried for so long. The Sword of the Lost Kings was no mere royal artifact, but a key fashioned in an age of darkness. Beneath each of the great cities of the realm slumbered massive stone guardians, colossal warriors created not to protect the kingdoms, but to conquer them. The ancient kings were not the noble rulers of legend, he explained as they descended into the temple's crypts. They were warlords who built their empire upon the backs of enchanted giants. When their reign of terror threatened to destroy everything, I helped orchestrate their downfall and sealed their weapons of war in eternal slumber. Maya absorbed this revelation in silence as they emerged into the cool night air. The city of Luminara spread out below them, its white towers ghostly in the starlight. "And now the Shadow Order wants to wake them," she said finally. "Why?" "Power," Gandalf replied grimly. "Raw, unstoppable power. They believe they can control the Guardians, bend them to their will. They're wrong. Their journey to the heart of Luminara was a race against time." The Shadow Order's agents were everywhere, black-cloaked figures moving through the crowds, their eyes gleaming with dark purpose. Maya's sword sang more than once, keeping their pursuers at bay while Gandalf worked to unravel the ancient wards that protected their path. The Vault of Dawn lay beneath the city's oldest cathedral, its entrance hidden behind centuries of sacred architecture. As they descended into its depths, the air grew thick with ancient magic. Crystalline lights flickered to life along the walls, responding to Gandalf's presence, illuminating chambers that had not seen light in an age. But they were not alone in the vault. The Shadow Order's elite had already penetrated the outer chambers. The clash of steel on steel echoed through the ancient halls as Maya engaged their warriors, her inherited royal blood making her more than a match for their dark arts. Gandalf pressed forward, his staff blazing with white fire as he confronted their leader, a figure he recognized with a shock of dismay. "Aldrich," he breathed, facing the man who had once been his most promising student in the arts of ancient lore. "You don't understand what you're meddling with." The younger man's face was twisted with ambition and bitterness. "I understand perfectly, old friend. I understand that you and your kind have kept the true power of this realm hidden, hoarding it for yourselves. The Stone Guardians will rise again, but this time they will serve a new purpose, my purpose." The battle that followed shook the very foundations of Luminara. Aldrich wielded forbidden magic learned from dark places, while Gandalf drew upon the ancient power that had helped him seal the Guardians an age ago. Their spells crashed together in bursts of light and shadow, even as Maya fought to keep the Shadow Order's reinforcements at bay. In the end, it came down to a desperate moment. The sword of the Lost Kings hung suspended in a column of light, its ancient steel gleaming with untold power. Both Gandalf and Aldrich reached for it simultaneously, but it was Maya who grasped it first, her royal blood allowing her to touch what no other could safely hold. The moment her hand closed around the hilt, the chamber filled with blinding light. The sword recognized her lineage, showing her visions of the truth, both the dark heritage of her ancestors and the potential for a different path. In that moment of clarity, she made her choice. With a cry that echoed through the ages, Maya plunged the sword into the heart of the vault's central chamber. Instead of awakening the Stone Guardians, she used the blade's power to bind them even more deeply in their eternal sleep. The sword's power shattered, its fragments turning to dust, ensuring that the giants of war would never rise again. Aldrich's anguished scream was cut short as the vault began to collapse, its purpose finally fulfilled. Gandalf quickly enacted magic of protection, shielding Maya and himself as tons of stone sealed the chamber forever. When the dust settled, the Shadow Order was gone, buried beneath the weight of their own ambitions. In the quiet aftermath, as they emerged into the pre-dawn light, Maya turned to Gandalf. "My ancestors. They weren't heroes at all, were they?" The old wizard placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Perhaps not. But you have proven that destiny is not bound by blood. You chose a different path, and in doing so, became the hero your ancestors failed to be. As the sun rose over Luminara, its light seemed brighter somehow, as if a shadow had been lifted from the land. The Stone Guardians would sleep forever now, their power sealed away by the choice of one who had the courage to break the cycle of the past. Gandalf watched Maya walk away, her steps lighter despite the weight of all she had learned. He had carried the burden of this secret for centuries, watching over her bloodline, waiting for one who would have the strength to end the legacy of the Lost Kings. Now, at last, he could rest easier knowing that some ancient threats would remain forever in the past, and new heroes could forge their own destinies without the shadows of ancient wars hanging over them. The great bells of Luminara began to toll, greeting the new day, their sound ringing out over a city that would never know how close it had come to awakening the giants of war that slumbered beneath its streets. And perhaps Gandalf mused as he turned toward the rising sun, that was the greatest victory of all. Story 5. The glass sea shimmered like a mirror of liquid diamonds beneath the pale moon, its surface unnaturally still. Gandalf stood at the edge of the crystal cliffs, his weathered staff casting a soft blue glow across the ethereal waters. Something was wrong. The ancient melody that had whispered through these waters for millennia, the song of the crystal sirens had grown fainter with each passing night, and now it was barely a murmur in the depths below. The old wizard's gray robes rustled in the salt-laden breeze as he traced ancient runes in the air, his eyes closed in concentration. When he opened them again, they reflected the same troubled depths as the sea before him. 3 more sirens had vanished during the last full moon, their crystalline voices silenced forever. These weren't mere disappearances, something was hunting them. The tide speaks of darkness, doesn't it? A melodic voice interrupted his thoughts. Melody stood beside him, her silver hair catching the moonlight like strands of starlight. The young musician held her enchanted harp close, its crystal strings humming in harmony with the distant song of the seas. "Indeed," Gandalf replied, his voice grave. "The balance wavers, and with each siren lost, the barriers between our world and what lies beneath grow weaker." He turned to face her, his ancient eyes holding centuries of wisdom and concern. "You can still hear their song clearly, can't you?" Melody nodded, closing her eyes to better focus on the ethereal music that only she and a handful of others could truly comprehend. "They're afraid, Gandalf. The song. It speaks of shadows moving in the deep, of an ancient hunger awakening. A loud creak of wood and rope announced the arrival of their third companion. Captain Blackthorn's ship, the Twilight Wanderer, materialized from the mist like a phantom, its black sails billowing without wind. The captain himself stood at the bow, his form translucent in the moonlight, a curse Gandalf himself had laid upon him centuries ago, condemning him never to set foot on solid ground again. The waters growed darker with each passing day. Blackthorn called out, his voice carrying the weight of countless years at sea. "My crew speaks of movement in the deep, shapes that shouldn't be there. Whatever's hunting your sirens, old friend, it's getting bolder." Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff as he stepped onto the gangplank. "Then we have no choice but to descend into the depths ourselves. The truth of what hunts in these waters lies in the Abyssal Temple." As Melody followed him aboard, she noticed how the ship's enchanted crystals pulsed with an uneasy light. The Abyssal Temple. But that's just a legend, isn't it? A grim smile crossed Gandalf's face. "Many legends begin as truths we wish to forget, my dear. The temple lies at the heart of the glass sea, in depths no mortal was meant to traverse. It is there that I helped create the crystal sirens, and it is there we must go to save them." The Twilight Wanderer glided across the mirror like surface of the sea, guided by Blackthorn's ethereal crew. As they sailed, Gandalf revealed the true nature of the crystal sirens, not mere magical creatures, but guardians created in an age-long past. They were the last line of defense against an ancient evil that slumbered in the ocean's deepest trench, the Leviathan, a being of such immense power that its mere dreams could reshape reality. "The siren's song," he explained, "watching the moonlight dance across the waves, is more than just music. It is a lullaby that has kept the Leviathan sleeping for 10,000 years. With each siren that falls silent, its slumber grows lighter." Days passed as they ventured deeper into the glass sea, where the water turned dark as ink and strange lights danced in the depths below. Melody spent the nights on deck, playing her harp in harmony with the increasingly desperate songs of the remaining sirens, while Blackthorn's ghostly form stood vigilant at the helm. Finally, they reached the heart of the glass sea, where the water itself seemed to sing. Here, beneath the surface, the great spires of the Abyssal Temple rose from the darkness like the bones of some ancient Leviathan. Gandalf raised his staff, and a bubble of air enveloped their ship, allowing them to descend beneath the waves. The temple was a marvel of crystal and stone, its architecture defying mortal understanding. As they ventured deeper, they found the remaining crystal sirens gathered in the grand chamber, their forms flickering like living gems in the darkness. But they were not alone. In the shadows lurked creatures of nightmare, the Void Hunters, servants of the awakening Leviathan, their forms seeming to drink in light itself. They had been picking off the sirens one by one, weakening the ancient song that kept their master bound. The battle that followed was one of light against shadow, of music against silence. Melody's harp sang out in harmony with the crystal sirens, while Gandalf's staff blazed with the light of 1,000 stars. Captain Blackthorn and his spectral crew fought with the fury of the damned, their ghostly weapons proving surprisingly effective against the shadows. But it was Gandalf who made the final terrible choice. In the heart of the temple, as the Void Hunters pressed their attack and the Leviathan's consciousness began to stir, he revealed the true power of his staff. It was no mere wizard's tool, but the crystalline key, the artifact used to create the crystal sirens millennia ago. With ancient words of power that shook the very foundations of the sea, Gandalf began to merge the essence of the remaining sirens with the temple itself. Their individual songs joined into one eternal chorus, their bodies becoming one with the crystal walls. It was the only way to ensure the Leviathan's slumber would continue, but at a terrible price. As the last notes of transformation faded and the Void Hunters retreated to the depths, Melody understood the true weight of what had happened. The crystal sirens were no longer separate beings, but had become one with the temple, their song now eternal, but their freedom lost forever. Sometimes Gandalf said softly, his eyes showing the weight of centuries, a guardian's greatest sacrifice is not their life, but their very nature. He turned to Melody, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Their individual songs may have ended, but through you, their music will live on in the world above, as the Twilight Wanderer rose from the depths, carrying them back to the surface world. The song of the glass sea had changed. It was deeper now, more powerful, a chorus of crystal and stone that would keep the ancient evil sleeping for millennia to come. But to those who knew where to listen, like Melody, there was also a note of longing in that eternal song, a reminder of the price paid for the world's safety. Gandalf stood at the ship's rail, watching the temple fade into the darkness below. He had made many difficult choices in his long life, but few weighed as heavily as this one. Yet as he listened to Melody begin to play a new song on her harp, one that would tell the story of the crystal sirens to future generations, he knew that their sacrifice would not be forgotten. The glass sea shimmered above them as they sailed home, its surface still mirror smooth, but now it concealed not just secrets and shadows, but also the eternal song of the guardians who had given everything to keep the world safe. And in the depths below, the Leviathan continued to sleep, its dreams held at bay by a chorus of crystal voices that would sing until the end of time. Story 6. Deep in the crystal forest, where trees of living glass caught starlight and scattered it like diamonds across the snow, Gandalf discovered the ancient prophecy. It was written in luminous runes that spiraled up the trunk of the oldest crystal tree, their light pulsing with each word the wizard translated. When the 13th moon bleeds red, the obsidian dragon shall break its chains, and eternal darkness shall follow in its wake. The wizard's weathered hand traced the runes as his mind raced through centuries of lore. The obsidian dragon was no mere legend. He had seen it once, in the ages before its imprisonment, when its wings of black glass had blotted out the sun, and its breath had turned whole kingdoms to ash. A crack like breaking ice echoed through the forest. Above, through the crystalline canopy, Gandalf saw it, the moon hanging low and swollen, its face already tinged with the first hints of crimson. He had less time than he'd feared. The prophecy speaks truth, came a voice like wind through broken glass. A figure emerged from behind a crystal trunk, tall and elegant, with skin that shimmered like frost and eyes that held the depth of winter itself. Lord Theler, ruler of the northern elves and keeper of many ancient secrets. But you're not the only one who has read these signs, old friend. The heart of winter, Gandalf said, his grip tightening on his staff. Your people have guarded it for millennia. It may be our only hope of containing the dragon when it breaks free. Theler's laugh was sharp as icicles. Contain it? No, Gandalf. The time for containment is past. The heart of winter offers far greater possibilities than that. Before Gandalf could react, darkness swept through the crystal forest. The trees' light dimmed as shadows seemed to congeal between them, taking the form of a massive, serpentine shape with wings of pure darkness. But this was no dragon, not yet. Just a shadow of what was to come. You've already tried to use the heart's power, Gandalf realized, watching as the shadow dragon circled them. You're drawing it forth early. The prophecy was a gift, Theler said, his eyes reflecting the dragon's darkness. A sign that change is coming. With the heart of winter, we can control the obsidian dragon, turn its power to our own ends. The age of elven glory can return. The shadow dragon lunged, but Gandalf's staff flared with white light, dispelling it like mist. The heart of winter was never meant for control, the wizard declared. It's a remnant of the world's creation, when winter first took form. Its power is that of balance, not dominion. A new voice joined their confrontation, rough and resonant, like stones grinding together. He speaks truth. Lord of false winter. From between the crystal trees emerged a figure that seemed caught between two forms. His skin was partly covered in obsidian scales. His eyes held the ember glow of dragonfire, but his shape was mostly human. This was Corrigan, one of the few half-dragons ever to walk the world. The dragon stirs beneath the earth. Corrigan continued. I feel its awakening in my blood. But this shadowy summoning, this attempt to draw it forth early and bind it, it goes against the natural order. The consequences, as if in answer to his words, cracks began to appear in the crystal trees around them. Darkness seeped from these breaks like blood from wounds, and the very air grew heavy with the weight of corrupted magic. The heart of winter lies at the center of your kingdom, Gandalf addressed Theler. Even now, I can feel its power being twisted. Show us the way, and we may yet prevent catastrophe. For a moment, the elven lord's face showed doubt. Then his features hardened like ice. No, the power will be ours. The dragon will be our weapon. What followed was a chase through the crystal forest that would be sung of for generations. Theler fled toward his hidden stronghold, while Gandalf and Corrigan pursued. Shadow dragons manifested around them, each one larger and more substantial than the last. The crystal trees rang like bells as magic clashed against magic. They reached the heart of the elven kingdom, a palace of ice and light that spiraled up toward the bloodied moon. At its center, in a chamber deep beneath the earth, they found the heart of winter. It was a crystal unlike any other, neither ice nor glass, but something more primordial. Within its depths, winter itself seemed to dance and dream. But the heart was changed. Darkness swirled within it now, and each pulse of its power sent cracks spreading through the chambers of ice around them. Theler stood before it, drawing its power into himself, his form growing crystalline and draconic. The hour is come, he cried. The dragon rises. Indeed, far below, something vast was stirring. The obsidian dragon was awakening ahead of its time, drawn forth by the corrupted power of the heart. But it was wrong, twisted and malformed, as incomplete as a butterfly forced too early from its chrysalis. Corrigan stepped forward, his own draconic heritage manifesting more strongly. "I am of both worlds," he declared. "I can speak to what stirs below. Let me show you what should be." What happened next was not a battle, but a communion. As Thelur sought to corrupt the heart's power, Corrigan reached out to the awakening dragon with his own dual nature. Gandalf, understanding at last, added his own magic, not to fight, but to heal. The heart of winter began to pulse with a new rhythm. Its light changed from corrupted purple to pure white, and where that light touched, balance was restored. The shadow dragons dissolved, the crystal trees healed, and deep below, the obsidian dragon settled back into its slumber, to wake only when its true time came. Thelur collapsed, his form returning to normal. The madness left his eyes, replaced by shame. "I saw only the power," he whispered, "not its purpose. The heart of winter isn't a weapon." Gandalf said gently, "It's a reminder that even in the depths of winter, life endures." It's not about control, but about understanding the natural cycle of things. As dawn broke over the crystal forest, the blood moon faded from the sky. The prophecy had not been broken, but rather fulfilled in an unexpected way. The obsidian dragon would still wake one day, but it would wake in its own time, as it was meant to. Corrigan, his dual nature once again in balance, smiled. Sometimes the greatest power lies not in changing destiny, but in ensuring it unfolds as it should. The crystal forest glittered in the morning light, its trees once again pure and bright. The heart of winter pulsed steadily in its chamber deep below, no longer corrupted, but restored to its true purpose. And if one listened carefully to the wind that whispered through the crystal branches, they might hear the distant dream of a dragon, sleeping peacefully until its appointed hour. Story 7. The first crack appeared in the crystal throne during the midnight hour, a sound like breaking ice that echoed through the halls of Avalaron's ancient palace. Guards rushed to the throne room, torches held high, their faces reflecting pale horror in the throne's crystalline surface. For 1,000 years, the magical seat had gleamed perfect and unblemished, its enchanted depths holding the very essence of royal power. Now, a single line of darkness marred its perfect face, spreading like a prophecy of doom. Gandalf stood before the throne as dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, his weathered hand tracing the crack that had appeared. Beside him, Prince Darin last of the ancient bloodline watched with poorly concealed fear in his young eyes. "The throne was created by my ancestors' pact with the Ice Titans," Darin said, his voice barely above a whisper. "If it fails, then the magic that has protected Avalaron for a millennium will fail with it," Gandalf finished grimly. The wizard's eyes narrowed as he studied the crack more closely. Within its depths, he could see something moving, shadows of ancient magic unraveling thread by thread. A rustling of robes announced the arrival of Archimega Maruin, the prince's aunt and regent. Her silver hair was bound in elaborate braids, and her eyes held the sharp gleam of ambitious intelligence. "The signs are clear," she announced. "The bloodline has grown too weak. The throne recognizes this. Weakness." Her gaze fell meaningfully on her nephew. Gandalf straightened, leaning on his staff as he regarded the Archimega. "The throne recognizes no such thing. But the pact with the Ice Titans must be renewed, and soon. Then I shall go," Maruin declared. "As regent and most powerful mage in Avalaron, no." Gandalf cut her off. "The pact must be renewed by one of the blood royal. It must be Darin." The journey to the Eternal Peaks began the very next day. Gandalf and Darin set out from the city's crystal gates, their horses' hooves echoing on the ancient road that led toward the perpetually snow-capped mountains. They had not traveled far when a shadow detached itself from the roadside and materialized into a figure, a woman dressed in dark leathers, her face bearing a scar that curved like a crescent moon. "You'll be wanting the path to the primordial forge," she said, falling into step beside their horses. "I'm Sombra, and I have the only accurate map left in existence." Gandalf's eyes twinkled with recognition. "Ah, yes. The infamous thief who's been breaking into the royal archives these past months. I wondered when you'd show yourself." Sombra grinned, unashamed. "I prefer historical researcher, and what I found in those archives suggests you're going to need my help. The Ice Titans aren't what they used to be." She was right. As they ascended into the eternal peaks, signs of corruption became evident. Ancient waymarkers, once crafted of pure ice, now bore streaks of darkness. The perpetual snowfall carried an unnaturally bitter chill that seemed to bite at the soul itself. On the third day of their climb, they discovered why. In a valley high among the peaks, they found the first Ice Titan, or what remained of it. The once magnificent being, which should have stood tall as a mountain, was hunched and darker, its crystalline form shot through with veins of shadow. "Who dares?" Its voice boomed, though even that once mighty sound seemed tainted with pain. "Daron, heir to the crystal throne." The young prince stepped forward, his voice stronger than Gandalf had yet heard it. "I come to renew the ancient pact." The Titan's laughter was like an avalanche. "There is no pact to renew, little prince. Your aunt saw to that. The truth, when it emerged, was more terrible than they had imagined. Mehruan had already been to the Eternal Peaks weeks earlier. Using forbidden magic, she had corrupted the Ice Titans, binding them to her will. Her plan was simple: let the crystal throne shatter, then present herself as the only one powerful enough to control the Titans and save the kingdom. "But she doesn't truly control us," the Titan growled. "She has only corrupted what we were meant to be. And the corruption spreads through us, through the throne, through the very magic of the land." That night, in a cave sheltered from the bitter winds, Sombra unrolled her map. "The primordial forge still exists," she said, pointing to a location deep within the peaks. "It's where the first crystal throne was created, where the original pact was made. If we can reach it, we might be able to cleanse the corruption at its source." Gandalf finished, his eyes gleaming with hope. "But the journey will be dangerous. Mehruan will have set guards." Indeed, they encountered the first of those guards the very next day, ice wraiths bound to the Arcamaga's will. Gandalf's staff flared with white fire, holding them at bay, while Sombra's enchanted daggers found weak points in their frozen forms. But it was Daron who surprised them all, standing firm and commanding the wraiths to stop in a voice that rang with royal authority. Some of them actually hesitated, the ancient magic in his blood temporarily overwhelming Mehruan's spells. The primordial forge lay in the heart of the highest peak, reached only by crossing a bridge of pure light that spanned an endless abyss. Inside, they found Mehruan waiting for them. "I wondered if you'd figure it out," she said, power crackling around her hands. "But you're too late. The corruption has spread too far. The old ways are dying, nephew. Only through absolute control can we maintain order." The battle that followed shook the mountain itself. Mehruan's corrupted magic clashed with Gandalf's pure power, while Sombra darted through the shadows, seeking an opening. But it was Daron who reached the forge itself, an ancient anvil of pure starlight that had birthed the first crystal throne. As Mehruan raised her hands for a killing stroke, Daron placed his hands on the anvil and spoke words that seemed to come from the depths of time itself. Light exploded from the forge, pure and cleansing. The corruption in Mehruan's magic turned against her, and the Ice Titans began to break free of her control. In the aftermath, as dawn broke over the peaks, the Ice Titans stood cleansed, their crystalline forms once again pure and magnificent. Meruan was gone, her own corruption having consumed her in the end. And Darren stood changed no longer, the uncertain youth who had begun the journey, but a true heir to the ancient magics of Avalaron. The throne will hold now, Gandalf said as they made their way back down the mountain. And perhaps be stronger for having faced this trial, Sombra, who had decided to accompany them back to make sure the historical records are accurate, she claimed, smiled at Darren. You know, for a prince, you're not half bad in a fight, Darren laughed, a sound as clear as the mountain air. For a thief, you're not half bad at saving kingdoms. When they returned to Avalaron, they found the crack in the crystal throne had sealed itself, its surface now bearing a subtle pattern like flowing water frozen in an instant of perfect beauty. As Darren took his place upon it, Gandalf noticed something else. Where the throne had once simply reflected light, it now seemed to glow with an inner radiance of its own. Power isn't about control, Gandalf mused, watching as the prince began the work of healing his kingdom. It's about understanding when to hold on and when to let go. Sometimes the strongest magic comes not from imposing our will, but from allowing things to be what they truly are. Above the city, the first snow began to fall pure and clean, a gift from the Ice Titans. And in its crystalline depths, those with eyes to see might glimpse reflections of a future where power and wisdom walked hand in hand. Story 8. In the blighted lands of Sinzamar, where ash fell like endless snow and the sky bore the perpetual hue of a fading bruise, the ancient seals were failing. Gandalf felt at first as a whisper in his dreams a darkness that shouldn't exist, a hunger that had no place in the waking world. The dream devourers were stirring in their prison, and the barriers that had held them for 1,000 years were beginning to crack. The wizard stood before the first weakening sigil, his weathered hand tracing the fading runes that glowed with a dying blue light. Around him, the Temple of Sacred Flames rose like a torch against the ashen sky, its spires wreathed in eternal fire that burned without fuel or smoke. Yet even these immortal flames flickered now, disturbed by unseen winds that carried the whispers of nightmare. "They're getting stronger," said a voice behind him. Arya Punhalum stepped from the shadows, her armor gleaming with inlaid flames that marked her as the last of the Flame Guardians. The sacred fire that crowned her helm cast dancing shadows across her face, highlighting the worry in her eyes. 3 villagers fell into endless sleep last night. Their dreams. Their dreams are being consumed. Gandalf nodded grimly. He had seen such symptoms before, centuries ago, when the dream devourers first emerged from the spaces between reality. They were entities of pure hunger, feeding on the dreams and hopes of mortals until nothing remained but hollow shells where people used to be. The seals must be renewed, he said, leaning on his staff. But the original ritual required 5 flame guardians, and you are the last. Then we'll find another way, Arya declared, though uncertainty tinged her voice. The sacred texts speak of the arcane circles. Perhaps they a scream cut through the air, high and terrible, coming from the direction of the nearby village. Both wizard and guardian sprinted toward the sound, their feet carrying them through streets dusted with eternal ash. They found a young girl thrashing in her mother's arms, her eyes rolled back to show only whites, her mouth open in a silent scream. Gandalf knelt beside her, placing a hand on her forehead. Through ancient magic, he glimpsed what she saw, a darkness that moved with purpose, consuming the bright landscape of her dreams one piece at a time. And within that darkness, he sensed something else, something familiar. "There's someone in the arcane circles who might help us," he said finally, standing. "Though I fear you won't like who it is, The arcane circles were built into the side of a mountain, their crystalline walls refracting the weak sunlight into patterns that hurt the eyes. Here, the most dangerous practitioners of magic were kept under close watch. In the deepest chamber, behind barriers of light and sound, they found him, Vex, the dream devourer who had turned against his own kind. Black scars traced patterns across his pale skin, marking him as something no longer quite human. His eyes, when they opened, held the same hungry darkness Gandalf had seen in the girl's dreams, but there was something else there too. Regret, perhaps, or hope. "I wondered when you'd come," Vex said, his voice carrying echoes of places that shouldn't exist. "The seals are failing faster than expected, aren't they? You know why?" Gandalf asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Vex smiled sadly. "Because they were never meant to last. The ancient mages, your predecessors in the White Council, they didn't just imprison us. They created us." The revelation hit Arya like a physical blow. "What?" "It was an experiment," Vex continued, standing to approach the barrier that held him. "They sought to understand the realm of dreams, to harness its power. They created beings who could traverse the dream world freely, shepherds who could guide and protect dreamers. But something went wrong. The hunger took over. We became something else." Gandalf closed his eyes, ancient memories stirring. He had been young then, not yet part of the White Council, but he remembered the rumors. The mysterious disappearances, the victims found in endless sleep, the sudden emergence of the dream devourers, it all made terrible sense now. "The seals," he said slowly, "they're not just prisons, are they? They're containing something else. Something worse." Vex nodded. "The original experiment. The source of our corruption. As the seals weaken, its influence grows stronger. Soon, all dreamers will be at risk." A distant rumble shook the mountain, and Arya's flame crown flickered wildly. "The temple," she gasped. "The sacred flames, they're responding to something." Gandalf made a decision. With a gesture of his staff, he dissolved the barriers holding Vex. "We'll need your help. You know their weaknesses, their nature. And more importantly, you know the truth. What followed was a desperate race against time." As they rushed back to the Temple of Sacred Flames, the sky darkened further, and people in the streets began to collapse, drawn into dreams from which they might never wake. Vex led them to a chamber deep beneath the temple, where the original experiment still pulsed with malevolent energy. "The ancient mages tried to create a focal point," he explained, "a nexus where the world of dreams and reality could meet. Instead, they created a hunger that never ends. Together, they formed a new plan. Arya's sacred flames could purify. Vex's connection to the dream realm could guide. And Gandalf's deep understanding of magic could bind it all together. They would not simply renew the seals, they would cleanse the corruption at its source." The ritual was dangerous and complex. As Arya's flames surrounded the Nexus, Vex stepped into the dream realm itself, confronting the darkness that had corrupted his kind. Gandalf wove spells of binding and transformation, not to imprison, but to heal. The battle took place in both worlds at once. In reality, the temple shook with unleashed power. In the dream realm, Vex faced the accumulated nightmare of centuries. When it was over, something fundamental had changed. The dream devourers were not destroyed, but transformed, returned closer to their original purpose as shepherds of dreams. Vex emerged changed as well. The black scars remained, but his eyes had lost their hungry darkness. "We can help them now," he said, looking at the sleeping villagers who had begun to stir. "Guide their dreams instead of consuming them." "It's what we were meant to do all along," As dawn finally broke through the ashen clouds, Gandalf stood with Arya and Vex atop the temple's highest spire. Below them, the eternal flames burned bright and true once more. The air seemed cleaner somehow, the ash less prevalent. The White Council made a terrible mistake, Gandalf mused, but perhaps some good can come of it at last. Dreams are powerful things. They shouldn't be consumed or controlled, but protected and nurtured. Arya nodded, watching as former dream devourers, now dream shepherds, moved invisibly among the awakening population. Sometimes the greatest evils come from the noblest intentions, she said. And sometimes redemption comes from accepting the truth of what we are, above them. For the first time in living memory, the clouds of Sinzamar began to part, revealing glimpses of clear sky beyond. In both the waking world and the realm of dreams, a new day was dawning. Story 9. The 7 floating cities of the realm hung like pearls on an invisible thread, their crystalline spires catching the light of dawn and scattering it across the clouds below. Elticum, greatest among them, rose highest of all, a masterwork of sweeping archways and impossible towers that stretched toward the stars themselves. Yet even as its markets bustled and its gardens bloomed in the thin air, something was wrong in the city among the clouds. The ancient magic that held it aloft was failing, though few had begun to notice the subtle signs. Gandalf the Grey stepped through Elticum's bustling streets, his gray robes and weathered staff making him appear as nothing more than another wandering scholar. 3 centuries had passed since he last walked these elevated paths, and much had changed. The city's architecture had grown more ambitious, its magical devices more numerous, its population ever larger, all requiring ever more power to sustain. The wizard's keen eyes noted the telltale signs others missed. The slight wobble in a floating fountain stream, the flickering of enchanted lanterns that should burn eternal, the almost imperceptible drop in temperature as the city's warming spells faltered. Something was draining the magic that sustained this magnificent place, and Gandalf intended to discover what. His search led him to the great library, a spiral tower of knowledge that corkscrewed up through the heart of Elticum. There he met young Thorn, a junior archivist with curious eyes and an even more curious mind. The boy had noticed the same subtle changes Gandalf had, and his position gave him access to texts that might hold answers. The older books speak differently of the city's magic, Thorn whispered to Gandalf in a dusty corner of the restricted section. They mention something called the Heart of the Sky, but all recent texts omit any reference to it. Before Gandalf could respond, a shadow passed over them. Through the library's crystal windows, they watched as 3 members of the Arcanist Council glided by on their floating platforms, their blue robes billowing in the high-altitude winds. The Council had ruled the 7 cities for generations, their magic supposedly keeping the metropolises aloft. "Show me these older texts," Gandalf commanded softly. That night, as the stars wheeled overhead and the city's enchanted lights cast long shadows, Gandalf and Thorn pored over ancient manuscripts. Their research was interrupted by a soft thud from the darkness, a figure dropping from the ceiling beams above. Both wizard and librarian reached for weapons, but the intruder raised empty hands. "Peace," said a woman's voice. "I am Raven of the Shadow Guild, and I think we seek the same answers." In the flickering lamplight, Gandalf saw a lithe figure dressed in dark leathers, her face half hidden behind a mask of black silk. The Shadow Guild was a secret organization that had long opposed the Council's iron-fisted rule, though few believed they were more than a myth. "The Council's power is built on lies," Raven continued. "We've tracked their secret movements for years. Every full moon, they descend to their hidden chambers beneath the city. We've never managed to follow them all the way, but we hear sounds, like something in pain," Gandalf's face darkened. "Show me through hidden passages and secret ways." Raven led them deep into Alticume's foundations. Here, beneath the gleaming spires, the city showed its age. Ancient stonework bore marks of forgotten magics, and the air hummed with power. Finally, they reached a vast chamber that should not have existed as space large enough to house a small army. What they found instead broke Gandalf's heart. Dragons. A dozen of them, each bound by chains of pure magic, their once magnificent forms twisted and diminished. These were not the great worms of legend, but something worse, dragons transformed by dark magic into living batteries, their inherent power being continuously drained to keep the cities afloat. Silverblade? Stormwing? Dawnfire? Gandalf's voice cracked as he recognized old friends he had thought long dead. "What have they done to you?" The dragon's eyes, dulled by centuries of captivity, slowly focused on the wizard. One of them, a creature whose scales might once have shone like polished copper, lifted its head slightly. "Mithrandir?" The dragon's voice was barely a whisper. We thought everyone had forgotten us." Before Gandalf could respond, light flooded the chamber. The Arcanist Council had discovered them. "This is a restricted area," announced Archmage Viar, his voice cold as winter frost. "Even for one of your reputation. Gandalf the Grey. How long?" Gandalf demanded, his staff beginning to glow with barely contained power. "How long have you enslaved these noble creatures to fuel your floating cities?" "Enslaved?" Viar laughed. "We saved civilization. When the great cataclysm came, it was either this or watch millions die as our cities fell from the sky. The dragons agreed to help us. For a year, the copper dragon rasped. We agreed to help for 1 year, until you found another way. That was 3 centuries ago. What followed was a battle that would be whispered about in Alticume's taverns for generations. Gandalf, empowered by righteous fury, faced the entire council. Raven's Shadow Guild members emerged from hidden passages, evening the odds. Thorn, proving there was more to him than dust and parchment, used his knowledge of the library's magical texts to counter the council's spells. But it was the dragons themselves who turned the tide. Drawing on strength long suppressed, fueled by the hope of freedom, they began to break their magical chains. As each dragon freed itself, the city shuddered and dropped several feet in the air. "Stop!" Viar cried. "You'll doom us all." "Without their power, the cities will fall." "No," Gandalf said firmly, raising his staff high. "There is another way." There has always been another way. In the days that followed, Gandalf worked tirelessly with the freed dragons, Thorn's historical knowledge, and Raven's network of allies to implement a solution that had been hidden in plain sight all along. The ancient text spoke of a ritual that could bind the cities to the natural magic of the sky itself, harder to maintain, perhaps, but sustainable without enslaving anyone. The transformation of the 7 cities was not easy. Each had to be temporarily evacuated, lowered with the last remnants of dragon power, and then raised again with the new sky magic. The dragons, though weakened by their long captivity, helped voluntarily, proving themselves more noble than their captors had ever been. The council was disbanded, replaced by a new governing body that included representatives from all the city's peoples, including several dragons who chose to remain in their humanoid forms, sharing their wisdom with the civilizations they had unknowingly sustained for so long. As Gandalf prepared to depart Alticume, standing at one of its highest balconies, Thorn approached him with a curious expression. "How did you know?" The young archivist asked. "How did you know the dragons were here?" Gandalf smiled sadly. watching as the copper dragon, now restored to its true magnificence, soared past the tower. I didn't, but I knew something was wrong with the magic here. In my experience, when power is built on suffering, it cannot last. The trick is noticing the cracks before everything falls apart. Above them, dragons danced through the clouds, their scales catching the sunlight like scattered gems. The city still floated, its magic now clean and free, sustained by the very essence of the sky itself. And in its streets, for the first time in centuries, both dragons and humans walked together, building a future unburdened by the sins of the past. Story 10. High above the world, where clouds wove through crystalline spires and rainbow bridges spanned the gaps between floating islands, the magnificent city of Celesta crowned the sky like a jewel set in heaven's diadem. Dawn's first light caught the edges of frost-touched towers and set them ablaze with golden fire, while great winged shapes, the sacred Pegasi, soared between the floating archipelago's ancient strongholds. Gandalf stood at the edge of the night's eyrie, his weathered hands gripping his staff as he watched another Pegasus struggle to maintain flight. The creature's wings, once proud and strong, now trembled with each beat. Its coat, which should have shimmered like moonlight on water, had grown dull and lifeless. As the Pegasus landed heavily on the floating platform, its rider Esser Alessandra quickly dismounted, her face etched with concern. "That's the 7th one this week," she said, her voice tight with worry. At just 25, she was the first woman ever accepted into the Order of the Wind Knights, and the youngest knight to ever earn the rank of Windmaster. Stormwing can barely stay aloft for more than an hour now. The wizard's eyes narrowed beneath his bushy brows. In all his centuries of wandering the realms, he had never seen anything like this mysterious ailment. The Pegasi were creatures of ancient magic, their very essence woven from the stuff of storms and starlight. They didn't simply fall ill. "Show me his wings," Gandalf commanded softly, approaching the magnificent beast. Stormwing's eyes, still bright despite his weakness, watched the wizard thoughtfully. As Gandalf ran his hands along the feathered wings, he felt a subtle wrongness in the magic that sustained these noble creatures. It was as if something was pulling at their very essence, drawing their strength away into some unseen void. A bell tolled across the floating islands, its deep resonance carrying an urgency that made both wizard and knight snap to attention. 3 more Pegasi had fallen from the sky, barely caught by the wind magic barriers that protected Celesta's lower levels. "This cannot continue," Gandalf muttered, his voice fierce with determination. "These creatures are more than mere mounts. They are the very heart of Celesta's magic. If they fall, the floating islands may well follow." That night, as stars wheeled overhead and the floating islands creaked in the high winds, Gandalf pored over ancient texts in the knight's library. Esser Alessandra sat across from him, her armor replaced by simple riding leathers, her dark hair falling loose around her shoulders as she studied a weathered map of the lands far below. "There," Gandalf said suddenly, his finger landing on a page so old the parchment threatened to crumble. "The Whispering Marshes. There dwells one who might know the truth of this malady, though I had hoped never to seek her counsel again." "Who?" Alessandra asked, leaning forward. "Moira the Exile. Once she was among the greatest healers in all the realms, until her pursuit of forbidden knowledge forced me to banish her. The memory brought no pleasure to the wizard's face. But if anyone knows the deep mysteries of magical ailments, it would be her. Their journey to the surface lands was marked by gathering storms. As they descended through layers of cloud on one of the few remaining healthy Pegasi, Alessandra noticed how the very air seemed to grow heavier, more oppressive. The Whispering Marshes spread below them, like a dark stain on the land, where twisted trees rose from black water, and pale lights danced between the branches. They found Moira's dwelling a cottage that seemed to have grown from the gnarled roots of an ancient willow, just where Gandalf remembered it. The witch herself had changed little in the centuries since her exile. Her hair was still the color of raven's wings, her eyes still held the sharp gleam of dangerous wisdom, and her smile still carried secrets like thorns. "I wondered when you would come, old friend," she said, the title carrying a bite of irony. "The Pegasi's suffering echoes even here, in the deep places of the world. But I suspect you won't like the truth of their affliction inside her cottage, surrounded by bubbling potions and jars of mysterious substances." Moira revealed the dark secret she had kept for centuries. The Pegasi had not been created by divine blessing, as legend claimed, but through an ancient pact with beings that dwelled in the abyssal depths of the world's oceans. The first Knights of the Wind had sacrificed much to forge this bargain, binding their bloodline to both the creatures of the depths and the Pegasi they helped create. And now, Moira concluded, the deep ones stir from their slumber, calling in their dead. The Pegasi sicken because their very essence is being drawn back to the depths. Gandalf's face grew grave as pieces of an ancient puzzle fell into place. "The storms gathering above Celesta, they're not natural, are they?" Moira shook her head. "The deep ones rise. Soon they will claim what they believe is theirs." But Esser Alessandra stepped forward, her hand resting on her sword hilt. "There must be a way to save them. Every pact has its terms, its loopholes. There is one way," Moira admitted, "though it requires a sacrifice no less severe than the one made by the first Knights. Someone of the old bloodline must renew the pact, but with a different price." All eyes turned to Alessandra, whose ancestry traced back to those first Knights. The choice before her was clear. She could offer her own life force to sustain the Pegasi, becoming bound to them in a way no knight had been for centuries. It would mean sacrificing her dreams of flying freely through the skies, instead becoming an anchor that would keep the Pegasi bound to the mortal world. Gandalf watched his young friend wrestle with the decision, knowing he could not make this choice for her. Finally, Alessandra squared her shoulders. "I'll do it. The Pegasi gave us the sky itself. How can I offer any less in return?" The ritual took place as thunder rolled overhead and lightning painted the marsh in stark shadows. Gandalf and Moira combined their magic, weaving spells of binding and protection as Alessandra stood in a circle of azure flame. The knight's voice never wavered as she spoke the words of power that would bind her fate to that of the Pegasi forever. As the spell reached its crescendo, something vast stirred in the depths far below. Tentacles of dark power rose up, testing the new bonds being forged. For a moment, Gandalf feared they had failed, but then Alessandra's sacrifice took hold. The Deep One's grasp on the Pegasi was broken, replaced by a new covenant written in the blood and spirit of a true Knight of the Wind. The price was high. Though Alessandra lived, she would never again ride the winds as she once had. Instead, she became something new, the heartkeeper of the Pegasi, bound to Celesta's floating islands where her presence would maintain the noble creature's connection to the mortal realm. As Gandalf prepared to return to Celesta's heights, carrying word of both victory and sacrifice, he looked back at his young friend. Alessandra stood at the edge of the marsh, her hand resting on Stormwing's neck, watching the sunrise paint the storm clouds in shades of pearl and gold. In her eyes, despite the weight of her sacrifice, there was peace. "Some debts," she said softly, "are worth paying." The wizard nodded, knowing that as long as there were hearts as noble as Alessandra's, the magic that wove the world together would never truly fade. Above them, the first healthy Pegasi in weeks soared through the breaking storm, their wings gleaming with renewed strength as they danced between the clouds and stars.